वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, संसारदावानलनिरलोका तदाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंहारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धै निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली नारति केली सिद्धई जाजाली भी जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया कुंज जो नारति केली सिद्धई जाजाली भी जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्राति दाक्षादति बल्लवशं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं संसारनामानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं तप्तस्य कल्लन गुणान्नभश्च वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं तो प्रभो प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं संसारधामानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् तप्तस्य कल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं 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 शारदावानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं तप्तस्य कल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं Hare Rama Krishna Jadavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Hare Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Giridhari Gopi Madana Giridhari Gopi Madana Jadavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Hare Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Gopal Govinda Rama Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopi Madana Hare Rama Krishna Hare Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Hare Hare Rama Krishna Jadavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Hare Gopal Govinda Rama অদ্বৈত চিতা শ্রী চৈতন্য শ্রী চৈতন্য নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত চিতা হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব ভাগবত গীতা হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব ভাগবত গীতা হরে 이차에 거사인 거리 자라나 방랑 자하이때 비나나 오비성량 이차에 거사인 거리 자라나 방랑 자하이때 빛나나 어비성장 일차에도 자이자 무이다 나 다서만 얻어내는 머러번져라 이차에고 자이자 무이하러다 다서만은 얻어내는 머러번져라 허니허니에 넘어지는 야도 마야노마 야도마 마담아야 개처마 너마 어저께 다들 차로나 세비 앞서서네바 다들 차로나 세비 앞서서네바 전놈의 마 Hey, Abhila, Janame, ma. Hey, Abhila, Oraje no Krishna, Jago Maya Nama, Oraje. गोसाई जावे ब्रजे कैलो बाग गोसाई जावे ब्रजे कैलो बाग राधा कृष्ण রাধা কৃষ্ণ নিত্য লীলা করিল আমি ব্রজে নামা ব্রজে নামা রাধা নিত্য লীলা করিল আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজাইয়ামম আনন্দে বল হরি আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজাইয়ামম আনন্দে হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজাইয়ামম হে নম কৃষ্ণ হরে নম কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমঃ যাদবায় কেশবায় নমঃ হরে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি প্রাচীর বলে জাগ জাগ কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি পিশাচীর কোলে জাগ জাগ চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া পিশাচী বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া সাথে বলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ जाग जाग राचांद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी कत निद्रा कत निद्रा आओ तुमी माया प्रीत चिर बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी निद्रा जाओ तुमी पिशाचिर बोले जाग 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 गोरा चंद बोले जाग जाग छदबित अरे बोली बोलियाए सर अरे भूलियार भीले तुमी भूलियार माया विषाचिर कोले भूलियार भीले तुमी माया विषाचिर कोले जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचिर बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचिर बोले जाग जाग गोरा चाँद बोले औषधि माया जीवन लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र लह तुमी मागी औषधि माया जीवन लागी जीवन लागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी औषधि माया जीवन मागी हरि नम महामंत्र मागी भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पिया भक्ति प्रभु चरण पिया हरि नाम महामंत्र हरि Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Vainam Gaye Gora Madhu Hare. Vainam Gaye Gora Madhu Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Garatha Madhu Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Garatha Madhu Hare. Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ye Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ye Dukhe Lanak Hare Rama, Hare Dukhe Dukhe Bhulanaka Sada Hare Rama, Hare Jai Garatha Hare. Vainam Gaye Garatha Madhu Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জানে হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো মিছে কাজলয়ে কলতে কলপে কলতে কলপে রাধা নাম রে কলতে কলপে রাধা নাম রে হে গোরতে মন ছড়ে হায় গোরতে হরে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে গোরখ হরে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে ভগরথ মধু হরে হইলাম ভগরথ হরে জীবন হইল শেষ না ভজিলে ঋষিকেশ জীবন হইল শেষ না ভজিলে ঋষিকেশ ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ ভক্তি বিনোদ উপদেশ একবার ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ একবার হরি রে जप ये भाग होने भाग दादा हरि बने जप दुखे भूलो ना को दुखे भूलो ना को मदने हरि नाम का दुखे भूलो ना को सदा हरि नाम का Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Vancho Hare Mana Bhaja Guru Mana Vinananana Amaya Chana Hare Hare भजाहुरे मन अभय चरणार भजाहुरे मन श्रीनंदनंदन अभय चरणार भजाहुरे मन भजाहुरे मन श्रीनंदनंदन अभय चरणार दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे कराये दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे कराये भव भजाहुरे मन श्रीनंदनंदन अभय चरणार बहुत बड़ी बात बड़ी दिन बड़ी क्षण हे दिन जामिनी जागीर विफल से विफल दिया जना चपल सुख यमुना विफल से पलवीर जना कपल सुख यमुना तीरे भजाहुरे मन श्रीनंदनंदन अभय भजाहुरे मन श्रीनंदनंदन अभय दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे करह हे बबंधुरे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे करह हे बबंधुरे भजाहुरे मन श्रीनंदनंदन
Yeah. It's a disgrace, you know. Senior person comes and, you know, like 1% of the congregation. It's just like a disgrace. Check this.
So I will just introduce you. Hare Krishna. Welcome to our Sunday service at Shri Radhakalachandji Temple. Today we have the honor of His Holiness Hridayananda Das Goswami, a very special honored guest in our temple to give the Sunday class. Hridayananda Das Goswami is a direct and one of the most senior disciples of our founder teacher of the Hare Krishna movement, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. He joined in 1969, so he has been practicing Bhakti Yoga now for 54 years, which is probably more than most of us have been in our bodies. And he's established Krishna consciousness in Latin America and many other places. He's a sannyasi and a guru in our society, and is also known for his scholarly work. He received his PhD from Harvard University in Sanskrit and Indian studies, and has published many books, and among them the Complete Guide to the Bhagavad Gita. So we're welcoming here tonight to enlighten us based on the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. So please welcome him with great enthusiasm. And before he started, I just wanted to mention, if you can all come this way and keep encouraging people to come and sit in the front, so those who come late can come from the back and take a seat. Also, we request that you turn off your cell phones and remain seated throughout the class. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Do the people generally sing before the class? What do they, is that normal? What do they sing? Yeah, that's good. Good evening. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivara Dhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivara Dhari Yashoda Nandana Prajajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Prajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Stotra Satasi Srimarisi Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Is there water? Is there a little table to put the water on? So, welcome, although you live here actually and I don't. So, today we're going to be discussing one of the main cultural elements in the ancient Vedic culture of India, something which still exists, and that is the institution or the position of the guru. Of course, as we know, the word guru has become a common word in English as well. So, what is the guru ultimately, really, in this ancient civilization? What is the justification for it? What is the benefit of it? And exactly how does it function, this institution of the guru or the spiritual master? So, I'm going to start in the best possible place to start in the Bhagavad Gita, because Krishna, at the beginning of chapter 4, actually explains what a real teacher is, and of course he gives as an example himself, because Krishna actually is the original teacher of this knowledge. And all of those who try to teach this same knowledge are trying to represent Krishna. So in chapter 4 of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna makes some very important statements. Krishna begins in the first verse. Do we have the electronic board? Is that working? Technicians out. Okay. All right, I'll begin in the meantime. Krishna begins by saying, well, Sri Bhagavanu Vacha, the Blessed Lord said, Imang vivastate yogam proktavan aham avyayam vivaswan manave praha manur ikshwakave bravit, which means, I spoke or taught this, what Krishna calls unperishing yoga, which we'll talk about. What does Krishna mean, unperishing yoga? I taught this unperishing yoga to Vivaswan, who is the, you could say, the chief administrative officer of the sun. The materialistic view of the universe is that there is nothing but dead matter, and on this planet life, and hopefully on some exoplanets, there may also be life, but we don't know. But the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Mahabharata, all these ancient Sanskrit literatures give a very different picture of the universe. A picture in which, first of all, the universe is multidimensional. So to explain what this means, consider if you are going to an office and the office is supposed to be, let's say, at 50 Main Street. You go to 50 Main Street, you walk into the building and can't find the office, but for some reason you're unaware that it's actually a 10-story building. So, you walk into the lobby, you walk into the first floor, and you can't find the building. But when you realize it's a 10-story building, then you can find the place you're looking for. Similarly, so to speak, experientially, we are on the ground floor of the universe. And there are many other higher floors or dimensions. To give one example that I actually personally experienced, how many years ago? Well, a mere, I guess, 40 years ago. I was at that time in charge of Florida, Gainesville, Alachua, Miami, and so on. And I was living on our farm there, New Roman Reti. And in Florida, they don't really have mud because everything is sand, which is nice in the sense that when it rains, the water just filters down. So I was sitting on the sand on one of the paths on the farm, and an ant crawled up on me. And somewhere I discovered an ant crawling on my arm. So I realized that this ant crawling on my arm, in one sense, understood much better than I do the terrain of my arm. You know, the ant obviously knew every freckle and hair, so to speak, and was perfectly navigating my arm. What the ant didn't know was that it was an arm. Or what an arm is, that the arm was part of a body, that it was a human body, which the ant had no idea of, and that someone was observing the ant. So here you have this contrast where on the one hand, the ant has this advanced knowledge of the terrain, knowing my arm much better than I do, and yet completely ignorant of what the arm actually is, where it is, and so many other things. So in that way, modern science does have brilliant knowledge of the outer surface of the material universe. But as far as what the universe actually is, the fact that in a sense we are walking on the body of God, the fact that the universe actually is a manifestation of Krishna, of God, and how the whole thing is working, and the higher dimensions of the universe, they are, to use the common expression, clueless. And the sophistication of their knowledge of the surface of reality does not inexorably lead to knowledge of the deeper dimensions of the universe. So this is something that people used to understand, and they're beginning to understand again, because for various historical reasons, sort of materialism, atheism had its day, and now its day is over. And even in the best universities and biology departments, physics departments, philosophy departments, more and more scholars are realizing that to think there's nothing that's real except dead matter is pretty stupid, for various reasons. Anyway, I could go into all that, the intellectual history of the modern day, but I wanted to get back to the Gita. So that's another topic which I've spoken on many, many times, and the mathematical and logical proofs that there is much more in the universe besides dead matter. Just to give one simple little statement, about 100 years ago, there was a group of top scientists, no, actually philosophers, that used to meet in Vienna in the 1920s. It was called the Wienkreis, which in German means the Vienna Circle. And they realized that philosophy had not been advancing for the last 2,500 years. After 2,500 years of Western philosophy, they were kind of like, okay, back to square one. And meanwhile, science was just advancing by leaps and bounds. So they compared these two academic disciplines, science and philosophy, and thought, we are a very sad show compared to science. Therefore, they thought that philosophy, its only justifiable function was to just be like to assist science, which was the real means of getting knowledge. And therefore, they came out with these declarations such as, no statement, or let me put it in a positive way, any statement on any topic which cannot be empirically verified is meaningless. Now, philosophers ultimately realized this was nonsense for a simple reason. Because if you say that any statement that cannot be empirically verified is meaningless, the obvious problem is that statement can't be empirically verified. Because, as we know, science is always advancing, and if we want to understand something greater than ourselves, you can't control it. The essence of science is, methodologically, the controlled experiment. But by definition, you can't control things that are greater than you. And so to try to study something greater than you by controlling it is not very bright. And when we realize this and we try to understand greater things like God by devotion and not by a foolish attempt to control what is infinitely greater than ourselves, in fact, we can gain scientific knowledge of God. And actually here in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is referring by the word yoga to this scientific knowledge of God. Not simply sentiment, not mere doctrine, but an actual science of God. That's what Krishna is talking about. And he says that I originally spoke this to Vivaswan, who manages the sun, just like the ant didn't know that I was the manager of the farm, and we may not know that Vivaswan is managing the sun, but that's our tough luck. So, Krishna says, I spoke this to Vivaswan, and then Vivaswan Manave Praha. Vivaswan spoke to Manu, his son, whose name is Vaivasvata Manu, because he's the son of Vivaswan. So then Manu, or Ikshwakavaya Bravit, Manu then spoke it to his son, Ikshwaku, a great earthly king, who's mentioned in the Bhagavatam and elsewhere. And just can't help admiring the composition of the Gita in Sanskrit. If you look at this sentence in Sanskrit, when Krishna says, I spoke to Vivaswan, Vivaswan then spoke to Manu, Manu. In all three cases, he uses a different verb for the verb to speak. So even from the point of view of excellent composition, the Gita is very interesting. Anyways, so then Krishna says, Manu Ikshwaku Bravit. Manu spoke to Ikshwaku. So everything seems to be going very well. What's the problem? Krishna says then, Evam, thus, Evam parampara praptamimang, Rajarsayo vidu. Thus the Rajarshis. Rajarshi means literally a royal sage. It means a leader, a governor, who is a king, but has the purity, the wisdom, the good qualities of a saint, of a sage, Raja Rishi. They are strikingly absent in the modern political scene. So Krishna says the Rajarshayaha, the great king sages, they understood it. They understood the spiritual science, Vidu, but they understood it in a certain way. They understood it, evam parampara praptam, as it was received praptam, through parampara, which means succession. In other words, Krishna not only says that these saintly kings received it through succession, but he demonstrates what he means by that by describing the first 3 levels of the succession. I spoke to Vivaswan, Vivaswan spoke to Manu, Manu spoke to Ikshwaku. So this is an example of what Krishna means by the word parampara. So Krishna says, Evam parampara praptam imang rajarsayo vidu. So, but then there was a problem. Up to this point, everything is going well. Krishna spoke to Vivaswan, he spoke to Manu, Manu spoke to Ikshwaku, and the saintly kings continued to receive it. Evam indicates that the process didn't stop, that saintly kings continued to receive this knowledge through this succession. But there was a problem arose. And then Krishna says, Sa, which means the spiritual science, Kale neha mahata yoga nashta parantapa. That by great time, Kalena mahata, mahakala, by great time, this science was lost. So this is actually the first statement we have, and there are later statements by personalities like Madhvacharya in the book he wrote about Mahabharata, where Krishna is directly saying that you can have a succession of knowledge that is being faithfully handed down over time, but if the time becomes great enough, there will be a rupture, a disruption of this transmission. And Krishna says the spiritual science was lost. The spiritual science was lost over time, just as it was again, if you look at Indian history, not to speak of other histories where they really had not much to lose. So, sakale neha mahata yoga nashta parantapa. So, now what? Krishna describes there was a process of this knowledge coming down faithfully among great personalities, among qualified persons. Interestingly, there's just one interesting detail. The example Krishna gives here is not a succession of brahmanas. Krishna, of course, is God. He's not technically within the Varna system. But Vivaswan, of course, is a deva, but he was a ruler, a governor. And his son, Manu, was also a king on a very large scale. And then his son Ikshwaku was a king. So what's interesting here is that Krishna's describing a succession of rulers, where you had these enlightened rulers who taught this knowledge. It's an interesting historical fact. So now what? So the next verse, Krishna explains, now what? Krishna says in the next verse, 3 of chapter 4, Saivaya mayate dya yoga prokta puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetarutamam. Krishna says that Saiva ayam, without going into all the technical details of Sanskrit composition, Saiva ayam means that this very same science. Saiva ayam is like saying in English, this very same. And the reason Krishna uses this emphatic form of Sanskrit, Saiva ayam, like this and this alone, this very same science, is because Krishna, you'll understand why he emphasized that by seeing what he says next. Saivayam mayate adya adya, which means now. Krishna says this very same science is spoken, this ancient spiritual science, Puratana, which means ancient, this very same ancient science today, right now, right here, is being spoken by me. So Krishna declares that what he's doing in Bhagavad Gita is not presenting something new. He's actually restoring the ancient, eternal, spiritual science. That's the Bhagavad Gita. And Krishna very explicitly says, that's what I'm doing. Saivayam mayatedhya yoga prokta puratana. And so why Arjuna? Why is he speaking to Arjuna? Krishna, if you read Bhagavad Gita carefully, Krishna is very bright. He's God. And so Krishna's covering all the bases, as the expression goes. He's explaining what he's doing, how he's doing it, and he's explaining now why he has chosen a particular soul to receive this knowledge, to restore the eternal spiritual science. Krishna doesn't say, I've chosen you, Arjuna, because you're a real Sanskrit scholar, or I've chosen you because... He says, I've chosen you because you are devoted to me. You are a bhakta. So you don't have to be a genius to understand that the qualification to understand Bhagavad Gita is that you have to be a Krishna bhakta. So all the people who claim to understand Gita and feel themselves qualified to teach it, but they're not clearly Krishna bhaktas, they need to go back and do some remedial reading. Because that is what Krishna is saying to Arjuna. Bhaktosi, you are Bhaktosi me, you are my devotee. Bhaktosi me sakha, and you are my friend. Arjuna is not simply a ritualistic devotee, someone who simply performs lots of Vaishnava rituals. But he actually is a friend of Krishna. So what do friends do? If someone is actually your friend, if someone has proven themselves to be your real friend, then they are always thinking of what's best for you. They will never cheat you. They will never do anything knowingly which might be harmful to you. They'll always act in your interest. That's what a friend is. So here, Arjuna is devoted to Krishna and he is a friend of Krishna. So if someone is not devoted to Krishna, that person is not qualified to explain Bhagavad Gita. That's the point. That's the obvious point. So the many hundreds of editions of the Bhagavad Gita, right there we can clear out of the way most of them. Because the authors are not known to be devotees of Krishna, friends of Krishna. So, Bhaktosi me sakha chaiti, and therefore Krishna says, I am speaking to you this rahasyam. Rahasyam in Sanskrit can mean a mystery, it can mean a secret, but in the sense here, it's not that Krishna and Arjuna are just like whispering secrets into each other's ears. The sense of rahasyam, another direct synonym of rahasyam, which Krishna uses often in the Gita, is guhyam. And so here, in its cultural context, we should understand rahasyam to be something like what we call advanced knowledge. The most advanced knowledge. For example, let's say you take a high school course in physics. Very basic. Let's say you take an undergraduate course in physics. Maybe you take physics 2. Maybe you take advanced physics. Then there's graduate school. You can get a master's degree in physics. You can get a doctorate in physics. You can get a postdoctoral degree in physics. And in terms of the numbers here, as you go higher and higher in your study of physics, there are fewer and fewer people. So if you're at the level of postdoctoral work, you're not going to have a lot of neighbors. Whereas in a high school physics class, there are going to be lots of people. So that's the nature of knowledge itself. It tends to be like a pyramid. The higher you go, the narrower it gets. Narrower it gets, the fewer people there are. So therefore, this knowledge is sort of involuntarily confidential. It's confidential simply in the same way that the most advanced physics is mysterious to 99%, 99 point something percent of the population. Why is it a mystery? Because they haven't reached that level. So mystery here is not like, playing games, telling secrets. It means it's the most advanced knowledge, and therefore it's a mystery to most people. That's the idea here. So Krishna says, I'm speaking to you, and Uttamam, as you know, Ut, you want a little technical Sanskrit. Ut means up in Sanskrit, and Tama means most, like uppest. In other words, like the highest. And so the word Uttamam literally means like the most advanced, the highest. So this is Krishna's going to speak the most advanced spiritual knowledge. And he's going to speak it to Arjuna because Arjuna is devoted to Krishna. He's famous as a friend of Krishna. He obviously gave his life to Krishna in assisting him in restoring Dharma on this planet. And the reason Krishna is speaking it, because over a great amount of time, the knowledge was lost. What's that? Yes. So, then of course, having said all that, you could say, well, who is Krishna? Arjuna, as his friend, asks a very interesting question. He has a doubt about what Krishna just told him. And so Arjuna says to Krishna, Arjuna Uvacha, aparang bhavato janma. Parang janma vibhaspataha. That Vivaswan, who was the ruler of the sun, his birth, actually your birth came later, and his birth came earlier. Therefore, Katametad bijaniyam. Literally, how can I understand this? It's a very literal translation. How can I understand this? Katametad bijaniyam twamadau proktavaniyam. That in the beginning you spoke to him. Because he's like thousands, if not millions of years older than you. So how did you in the beginning speak to him? That's Arjuna's question. And so Krishna will answer the question, and in the process of answering that question, he will explain who he really is. Krishna says to Arjuna, now we're in text 5, Sri Bhagavan Uvacha, Bahuni me vyatitani, janmani. Many of my births, janmani, have passed. Many of my births have passed, and Tavacharjuna, and many of your births have passed. So both of us have taken many, many, many births. Bahuni janmani, or Bahu Janma, in modern Indian languages. So Krishna says, Tani ahang Veda sarvani. I know all of them. And the word know, of course, is Veda, which is also a verb in Sanskrit. Tani aham Veda, Tani sarvani. I know all of them. Na tvang Veda parantapa. You, Arjuna, don't know them. So that's the difference between God and an ordinary living being. Krishna knows everything, we don't. So Krishna says, both you and I have taken many births. I know all of them, you don't know them. So that's how I spoke to Vivaswan. That's Krishna's unique position. So, And then Krishna explains more. Actually, he takes advantage of this opportunity to explain more about who he really is. Krishna says, Ajopi son, even though I am unborn. Now, this is very interesting. This is called a paradox. Krishna says, I've taken many births, but I am unborn. So this is a paradox. And a paradox is an apparent contradiction which forces you to stop speed reading, if you're actually paying attention, and think. It's like what I call literary speed bump. Because if Krishna says, I have passed many births, and then he says, I'm unborn. So if you're paying attention to the text, you don't just mumble through it and keep going because it's a pious duty to recite Bhagavad Gita, but you actually stop and think. What does Krishna mean here? So then Krishna explains, Ajopi son, even though I'm unborn, abhyayatma, and my self is unperishing. Myself is unperishing. Sanskrit is very interesting. Aya means to go, going from the verb e, which we still have, by the way, in Spanish and Portuguese and all those Italian languages, the same verb from Sanskrit. So aya means going, and v means away. V means away. So going away means perishing. And not away going. In other words, unperishing. So that's the word abhyaya. Very logical language. So Krishna says, Ajopi san abhyayatma, bhutanam ishwaropi san. And even though I am the Lord, ishwaropi san, even being the Lord, literally, even being the Lord, prakriting swam adhisthaya, which literally means, I'm being very literal here, what the Sanskrit means, standing over. Adi means over. Sta is English stand. That's where the English word stand comes from. Stand, status, all that is Sanskrit sta. So, standing over something, which Prabhupada translates here, adhisthaya, as being so situated. So even though I stand over Prakriti, in other words, I'm governing Prakriti, sambhavami atma maya, actually standing over Prakriti, I appear by my own mystic power. Now, we did not appear in this world by our own mystic power. We were thrown into a particular body by the laws of nature, and we took birth and gradually became conscious. So no one can say, by my own power, by my own mystic power, I appeared in this world. But Krishna says that. And he's mentioning this because when you, as an eternal soul, enter into the womb of a mother and you take birth, you are under Prakriti, not over it. We feel pain or pleasure, we suffer or enjoy, based on the state of the body. We are governed by the laws of nature. You can't fly in the sky on your own power because you are limited by your body. There are a million things we can't do because we are governed by Prakriti. We are under the laws of nature. And Krishna is making this distinction. I am not under the laws of nature. He says, Prakriting sam adhisthaya. He says, I am standing over Prakriti. And he says, Prakriting swam, Prakriti is my own energy. Prakriti is my own power. So, if you think back where Krishna said to her, remember Arjuna's question. Arjuna's original question was, how could you have taught Bhagavad Gita originally to Biva's son when he is eons older than you? And Krishna said, well, Arjuna, there's a little difference between us, between you and me. We've both taken many births. I remember all of them, you don't. And now Krishna's going on to explain even further what the difference is. He says that you take birth under Prakriti. I take birth over material nature. I govern it. it belongs to me. And so then, so the natural question would be, well, then why does Krishna come at all? If he's so much different than we are, why would he come here at all? And that's precisely what he explains in the next verse, why he comes. And this is a verse many of you know. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata avyuthanam adharmasya tada atmanam sujamyaham. Yada in Sanskrit means when. If you repeat the word yada yada, it means whenever. So yada yada, indeed, whenever, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir, when there is a collapse of dharma. Dharma means justice in Sanskrit. It means the law. It means the law of the universe. There are not only universal physical laws, there are also universal moral laws, which can be called dharma. People don't understand that because, well, materialistic people are not going to win real awards for genius. But the point is, just as there is a physical law that governs at least our world, scientists assume the laws of nature operate uniformly throughout the universe with one little problem. They don't actually know that and can't prove it. And it's becoming, the more we know about the cosmos, it's actually becoming increasingly difficult to show that. But that's another topic for another day. So, when dharma, there are, just as there are physical laws in the universe, there are moral laws in the universe, and they are called dharma. Dharma is a cosmic force. Dharma is not merely a rule written somewhere in a law book. Dharma is the power in the universe which actually enforces that law. And actually, a movie maker in Hollywood kind of picked up on that concept, and he discovered it as it came to Japan, because when Buddhism went east to China and Japan from India, it carried with it lots of Indian philosophy. And so a Hollywood director discovered this concept of dharma as a cosmic law, not only the law of the universe, but a law which enforces itself. As said in the Mahabharata, dharma rakshati, when dharma is protected, it protects. Dharma hingsita hingsati, when dharma is injured, it injures. And so the person who used this idea to make a movie was George Lucas, and the movie was Star Wars, and he called it The Force. Which, of course, can you pick a seat? This person here? Can you pick a seat? Thank you. So that's what dharma is. It's the force in the universe, the force of justice. Now Krishna says, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata, when there is a collapse of this force, which means that either the three worlds, Triloka, as it's often said, the universe, or simply this earth, when the power of justice has been weakened, people are not following dharma, and there's an upsurge of adharma. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuthanam. Every syllable in Sanskrit is significant. Thana is an abbreviation of sthana, standing, and ut means up. So like an uprising, an upstanding, and abhi means aggressive. So when there's an aggressive uprise of adharma, literally what it means, abhyuthanam adharmasya tada, then atmanam sajamyaham, I manifest myself in this universe. And so what does Krishna do when he comes to this universe? You probably know that verse too. Parichanaya sadhunam. I save, I rescue good people. The word sadhu here is not a sectarian, it doesn't mean a Hindu sage. Sadhu here has a universal meaning. It means good people, virtuous people, people who are following dharma, who are following the law of God. And it is the law of God. There's a statement in the Bhagavatam that dharmang hi sakshat bhagavat pranitam, which means that dharma is that which God himself has brought forward, literally brought forward. That is dharma. It's not someone's idea. It's not someone's opinion. It is what God has personally brought forth into this world. So that's why Krishna comes to, because if a legislature, if a government, let's say, passes a law and some people are violating the law, the government has to enforce the law. So Krishna is basically saying here that he comes to this world to enforce justice, to enforce the law when bad people are afflicting the world. So Krishna says, Paritranaya sadhunam, in order to deliver, to save good people, vinashaya cha duskritam, and to eliminate bad people, duskritam, literally people that do bad things, duskritam. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha duskritam dharma sangstapanartaya, and to reestablish dharma, sambhavami yuge yuge, I come in every age. Now, I want to get to another point, and that is the real Vedic culture, the real Krishna conscious culture, survives as long as this parampara survives, as long as there are qualified people who become teachers of this spiritual science. And therefore, you have the institution of guru. The guru is not just some narcissistic figure that collects big donations from gullible followers. Well, it's not always that. Or it's not supposed to be that. What it really is someone who, as Krishna himself says, is a friend of Krishna, is devoted to Krishna, and can present the knowledge exactly as it is. Yatharup, as they say in India. So, that is the guru. And it is a living tradition. Just like a family is glorious, a family is respected if each generation stays out of jail and makes money or is respectable or is educated. A family is glorious not when there's one great person and everyone else is a fool. A family is glorious when generation after generation there are good, successful, respectable people. That's when a family becomes truly respectable. So similarly, the Vedic culture, by the way, India is the only country on earth that has preserved a culture thousands of years old and still practices it. I mean, clearly there are adjustments in different times and places, as Krishna himself teaches. However, thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, in India, people were studying this tradition and practicing it, and they still are. And so you can say, how do we explain this extraordinary, unique cultural conservatism in India? And I think the answer is very simple. Because it is in that land that God himself appeared. And not only once, but many times, because you say, well, why India? Well, why not? I mean, if you're going to, there has to be an airport somewhere in Dallas, right? So why Arlington? Well, why not? It has to be somewhere. And also, if Krishna just appeared in a different region every time he came, there would be no cultural continuity. It's not that every time a flight comes in, you build a new airport. And so Krishna, now if you look at a map of the world and realize that the Americas, up until recently, were not really in the ball game, in the sense that for thousands of years of world history, it was Europe, you could say North Africa, the Mediterranean region, the Middle East, India, China, etc. I mean, those were the countries that actually shaped what we now call world history. And if you look at a map of the world, of that, in a sense, one huge landmass, what you will find is that India was the center of the world, the geographic center of the world. of the inhabitable world. It's very well known that up to a few centuries ago, India had 30 to 40% of all the natural wealth in the world. India has by far, the greatest natural system of irrigation in the world. Look at, in your browser, look at a river map of India. There's no other place on earth that has such a wealth of natural irrigation. Every conceivable climate, from the freezing Arctic regions up in the Himalayas to tropical deserts, tropical jungles, deserts, everything. India was the richest country in the world. It was, for various reasons, it was the only country in the world that always had complete religious freedom, even political freedom. You'll find, for example, in Mahabharata, that when the world strongly suspected, that Duryodhana had assassinated the Pandavas in the house of Lak, when everyone believed the Pandavas were dead and that Duryodhana, with the tacit approval of Dhritarashtra, had assassinated the beloved Pandavas, what did they do? They went right out into the center of the city and condemned the king as a murderer. So what happened to them? Nothing, because they had the right to do so. It was not an off-with-their-heads culture. In fact, what Dhritarashtra tells his son Duryodhana is that we have to be much more careful or the people will throw us out. So if you actually study what the political system was in ancient India, there was freedom of speech, freedom of religion. It was the only country in history, large-scale country, that fully recognized animal rights. We actually have a third-party description of India from a Greek ambassador to the royal imperial court at Pataliputra in the Mauryan Empire. He wrote a book about India called Indica, which in Greek means about India. He wrote a book about India, which was a bestseller. He wrote that book about 2,300 years ago, and he describes it as a place where there's practically no crime. You can walk from one end of the subcontinent to the other and not be in fear. Foreigners are given special protection. They're not exploited. That if a foreigner dies in India, the government immediately steps in, protects that person's assets, and just in general defends the interests of the family. There are hospitals for animals as well as hospitals for human beings. It is the only country that I know of in the world at that time where in a combat situation, no one will ever harm a non-combatant. Now compare that to Alexander, compare that to the Persians, compare that to everybody, where you lay siege to a city. If they resist, when you finally enter the city, you kill all the men, rape and enslave all the women as a lesson, like for the next city, like, when we get to your city, don't make us work too hard. So slaughtering people, massacring innocent people was the standard. In India, on the other hand, there could be a pitched battle going on, a war going on thousands of years ago, and some farmer was just plowing his land a kilometer away and not concerned because no one would ever harm a non-combatant. It was called the only place where they didn't have slavery. So, clearly, in fact, just one little factoid, and then I'll get back to the point of the Guru. And that is, let's talk about the first great Persian emperor. Hare Krishna, could this boy please sit down somewhere? Thank you. Good boy. The first great Persian emperor was Cyrus. Cyrus is known to history about 2,500 years ago because he's the only ancient ruler that actually everyone respected. Usually ancient rulers, half people hated him, some people liked him. Cyrus was actually universally admired. He conquered the Babylonian Empire, freed the Jews who had been taken there in captivity, let them go back to Israel, and even gave them money to help rebuild their temple. For all of this, Cyrus, who was a Persian, not a Jew, is called in the Old Testament a Messiah. Now, you'll find out very soon why I'm talking about Cyrus. He's called a Messiah in the Old Testament. He abolished slavery in the Persian Empire. He declared complete freedom of religion in the Vedic, in the Persian Empire, and he was a type of Vedic king. Why? Because first of all, his name wasn't Cyrus in his own language. In his own language, his name was Kuru, which was perhaps the most prominent name for kings. He spoke a dialect of Sanskrit, which is called, among scholars, the Avestan language, because the ancient Persian book is called the Avesta. So there's an Avestan language which everyone understands is a dialect of ancient Sanskrit. In fact, when I was at Harvard in the Sanskrit and Indian Studies department, that department also taught Avestan. They taught, because ancient Persian studies were taught in the Sanskrit department. In other words, he was a king immersed in Vedic culture. And he was the emperor, first great emperor of Persia. So, anyway, just one little point to show you how this culture was widespread. So, in this culture, in this great Vaishnav culture, in the culture of Bhagavad Gita, there are living gurus. Now, if a guru lets this position go to his or her head, because there are women gurus, if anyone says they're not, needs to do remedial Vedic reading. Because in the Vedas, two of the greatest gurus are Maitreyi and Gargi. And if you know Indian languages, you know those are women's names. There were women gurus who debated the greatest Vedic sages. Kings sometimes would sit at the feet of women gurus in the Vedas. So anyway, we could talk later, another time, about what real Vedic culture was. Just to give you one last little example, I can't resist. And that is in the Mahabharata, first of all, in the Mahabharata, we find that 5,000 years ago in India, they had resorts. They had vacation resorts. For the people in Dwarka, the popular resort was called Raivataka Mountain. It was a vacation resort area. And for the people in Indraprastha, the Pandavas, they had a resort area down by the Jamuna. So when Krishna came to visit the Pandavas in Indraprastha, they went for a vacation. It was hot, it was the summer, and they went down to the Jamuna. And it was kind of, sort of a vacation for the royals that included a wrestling match among these royal people. What's interesting about the wrestling match is it was among the women. And we also know that Krishna's own sister, Subhadra, was expert at driving a war chariot. So anyway, because when she eloped with Arjuna, she drove the chariot very expertly, and Arjuna was, fending off the Yadus. So, real Vedic culture, what were people really doing back then? What were marriages really like? What is the difference between true Vedic culture, you can say, and Hindu culture? Is it identical? Actually, no. And yet, enough of it has been preserved so we can still talk about cultural continuity. But the purpose of Krishna consciousness, either philosophically, theologically, culturally, is to work to restore in this world that real Vedic culture, what it actually was. Anyway, and to do that, there are living gurus. And because that's what Krishna teaches. I taught this to Vivaswan. Vivaswan taught to Manu. Manu taught to Ikshwaku, and then it came down through others. That is parampara. It's not that there's one guru, and then when he passes away, no one else can ever be a guru. That's not what Krishna's teaching. Krishna's explicitly teaching in the Bhagavad Gita that it passes down from generation to generation. And finally, last point I'll make, is that Prabhupada, if you look in, we have something called Vedabase, which is it's a database of everything Prabhupada said or wrote. Everything which has survived about everything Prabhupada ever wrote or said is in that database. And the main thing he says, one of the main things he says about guru is that everyone who's a real devotee of Krishna should be a guru. Whether you can just teach your family, whether you can teach your friends, whether you can teach your whole city or the world, The level of guru you are, that just depends on what your ability is and opportunities. But everyone should be a teacher. Everyone who understands Krishna consciousness should help others to understand. That's the real spirit of Prabhupada, of Krishna consciousness. Anyway, thank you all very much for your attention. Before you panic, I'll stop. So now, if there are any questions, please present your questions. If you have do we have a microphone for people that have questions? There's one.
Yes, it's working now. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for that amazing lecture. So informative. I just had a question regarding the concept of guru that you were talking towards the later part, that everyone should be a guru. So, is there some qualification that needs to be met to become a guru, either in your own eyes or in the eyes of the society around you, that, let's say, qualifies you to be a guru?
For me to be a guru, ultimately, it's just the say entry level is just that I know something you don't know, and you should know it. Like, let's say, for example, you're walking in your neighborhood and you see one of the neighborhood children eating dirt or something, or playing with a knife. So you stop the child, you tell the parents. In other words, whenever it's the case that a civilized woman or man knows something which is important, because for the safety, for the well-being of other people, and you see that other people don't know it and therefore going to suffer, you explain it to them. Prabhupada says that if you see someone about to walk off a cliff, and if you're a lady or a gentleman, you call out to them. So therefore, it's very simple. What's the qualification? That you know something they don't know, and that something is essential to their well-being.
Thank you so much.
Yes, here, microphone.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Sashtam Pranam. Thank you so much for the amazing lecture. Prabhuji, you mentioned about guru, but how does a disciple get a guru?
Well, you can always go online and... I'm kidding. It is a good question. It's the responsibility. They must have it by now at Walmart, right? Or Amazon. I'm sure Amazon has gurus. If you are seriously interested in learning the spiritual science, then you have to inform yourself. For example, let's say you want to go to a university because you want to pursue a career. And as we know, some universities are better than others. And so if you're serious about your career, then you inform yourself. You study it. Or let's say you've graduated and you want to get a job. Which company? Well, this company is financially unstable. Or that other company is much more stable. Or this company doesn't pay well. Or this company doesn't have good working conditions, but that company does. Or, for example, I'm not going to be able to advance very well in this company because for various reasons there are not real opportunities to advance in my career. But in that company there are such opportunities. So if you think about it, in everything we do in life, whether it's choosing a school, choosing, let's say, a career, or where to work, deciding what food to eat, what's healthy, what's not healthy, we investigate. And so it's the same way in choosing a guru. I don't want to say it's exactly a consumer product, but it is, it is most important. And so before you choose a guru, we're lucky because we have Prabhupada. And Prabhupada is not only a guru, he's a Paramahamsa, he's a Mahabhagavata, a great devotee of Krishna. And not that you should look for a guru who's equal to Prabhupada, but at least Prabhupada to set the standard, so you know what to look for. And Prabhupada in his teachings said that a first-class guru must have 3 qualifications. So I'll explain those. Handy little list. The 3 qualifications, Prabhupada said, of a first-class guru are that he or she knows the scriptures very well, because you don't want to, play this game of stump the guru. Like you ask the guru questions, that's good, I'm going to have to look that up. Or, I don't know, I never thought about that. And so, it's just like if you're, let's say, in a university class and you keep asking the teacher questions and he just gets more and more confused the more questions you ask. So, the guru should know the scriptures. Also, the guru should follow the scriptures. In other words, some people can tell a good story, they can't just practice what they preach. So the guru should know the Shastra, the scriptures, should follow the Shastras, because the word Acharya, and Prabhupada said all my disciples should be Acharyas. It's not that we're threatening Prabhupada's uniqueness by becoming advanced devotees. It's not that, let's say, if you have a son or daughter, that son or daughter makes sure never to earn much money, never to advance very much in their career because they don't want to compete with their parents. I mean, obviously, good parents have the opposite wish, right? Any good parent wants to see their children flourish. So, Acharya, I'll explain to you the word where it comes from, Acharya. Char in Sanskrit means to act, to move or to act. And so charita means an action. And that's where you get things like Charitamrita, like Chaitanya Charitamrita. In other words, the wonderful actions of Chaitanya. Chaitanya Charita Amrita, the nectar of the actions of Chaitanya. So that's the verb char in Sanskrit. And also because R and L historically tend to have a special relation. Sometimes it's chal or chalita in Sanskrit. So anyway, charita, so here you have chara, and then from that you have the word with the prefix achara, which means conduct or behavior with the sense of good behavior. For example, a parent will say to a child, behave yourself. I mean, if the child is very clever, the child can say, well, technically anything I do is behavior. So no matter how much trouble I'm causing, it is technically, I am behaving in a certain way. But in Sanskrit, as in English, achara means conduct in the sense of good conduct, good behavior. And when you add the Y, acharya, it is, how can I do this in the least painful way? It's called the gerandive in Sanskrit. It's a form of saying what should be done. For example, take the word kara. There's many words, kara, which means action, to do something. Kara, and so on. But if you say karya with a Y, it means what should be done. In other words, your duty. So that's one of the ways in Sanskrit that you can add the sense of not only an action, but a proper action, what should be done. And so in that sense, achara means conduct, acharya means proper conduct, or what you should do. And so therefore the acharya is someone who by their life, his or her life, because women can also do this and have done this for millions of years, that a person is a teacher who teaches also by their example, not just by their words. It's not this nonsense of do what I say, not what I do. So that's the acharya. And so Prabhupada wanted all of his disciples to be powerful teachers who set the proper example. So as far as who to select as a guru, so Prabhupada said the first qualification of an advanced guru, not a rookie, but the first qualification of an advanced guru is the person knows Shastra, actually knows Shastra. Second qualification, that the guru by his or her own behavior follows the Shastra. And the third qualification is that the guru is inclined to teach. Because imagine what happens if we take out one of these. Let's say a person knows Shastra and follows Shastra, but just doesn't want to teach. Like, I want to be alone, I don't like people, or whatever. I want to do Nirjana Bhajan, or something like that. Then, not a good guru, because they're not interested in helping you. Like, I haven't got time, I'm busy, I'm not inclined. Or let's say a teacher knows Shastra and is willing to teach but doesn't practice. That's going to get you into trouble. Let's say a guru is practicing their understanding of Shastra and is inclined to teach, but just doesn't know Shastra that well. And we've seen a bunch of that in the world today. Someone is sort of practicing what they preach and is willing to preach, but just doesn't actually understand what Krishna's teachings are. So if you find someone with those three qualifications, that he or she knows Shastra, practices the scripture, practices, and has time for you, and is willing to teach, then you found a first-class guru according to Prabhupada. So it's your responsibility, caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. Yes?
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for the beautiful presentation. I'm really amazed to have that analogy of airport to understand why the Lord comes so many times in one tract of land, not others. Maharaj, I had a question about...
can I just say one thing and then you can ask your question, because you back to the airport. When Krishna comes to India, for example, 500 and now it'd be 37 years ago, Lord Chaitanya came. We're used to saying 500 years ago, probably be saying 500 years ago for the next 2,000 years. But anyway, now it's actually 537 years ago. And so Lord Chaitanya came to a culture area, namely Bharata, or India, in which people already knew Bhagavad Gita. They already knew Ramchandra, they knew Krishna, in other words, they knew so much. So there's continuity. It's not that every time, imagine if you're giving a course in a university, and every time you go to speak, you have new students that have never heard the first lessons. So there has to be continuity. You have to have a basic Vedic culture that you can build on, that you can refer to. And therefore it's a practical necessity to have a place where this cultural continuity can be developed. And Krishna chose India. You say, why Indians? Because there's no such thing as Indians. Ultimately, there are simply souls who took birth there. Bharata Bhumite ko janma manusha janma jar. Bharata Bhumite, okay, rusty. Bharata Bhumite hoila manusha janma jar janma sartha kori koro paropakar. So there has to be this cultural continuity, otherwise it would just become crazy. And Krishna picked a place which, for most of human history, was the center of the world, which had an amenable climate, which had abundant natural resources, and he put there a population who was seriously inclined to hear from him. And so he could send people there to learn about him. And so that's why. So go ahead.
So, thank you so much, Maharaj. So, we understand that the devotees, the people there, have been given that opportunity since time immemorial to connect to spirituality. But we see now the situation is like, as we are trying to serve, it becomes all the more difficult because of the inclinations of their changing turns into the Western civilization, or getting
what was it?
into they're not connecting back to the roots of the Vedic culture, and they are looking more towards modernization, more towards materialism. So my question, Maharaj, is, as you were delineating all through the ages, this has been there for all throughout the ages. What is the reason that this kind of drastic change is happening in the recent times? And as devotees, what can we do to make it?
Well, first of all, it is Kali Yuga after all. It's like saying, if you're in Canada and you say, why is it snowing? Well, maybe because it's winter. And so it is Kali Yuga, but also we see the movement is flourishing in India. I think could flourish even more, with a broader presentation. But so it's our responsibility. It's not an easy job, but here we are, let's say in America, North America, the most influential region in the world still. And we have to find the ways and means to connect to people. We cannot arrogantly say, well, take it or leave it. We have to find the way. Prabhupada said the modern society is a headless body. But if modern society is a headless body, there's a corollary, which is that we are a disembodied head. And by head, now we're speaking of, or body, we're speaking in the sense of the Rig Veda, where the Kshatriyas are the arms, and the Brahmins are the head, and the Vaishyas are the midsection, and the Sudras are the legs. So the last time I looked, most people in this country were not lining up to join the Hare Krishna movement. So therefore, it's our duty, if we're supposed to be the Brahmana class. Prabhupada came to reconstitute a class of Vaishnava Brahmins. And so if we're supposed to be the learned class, because we have this knowledge, we have the responsibility to find the way to connect to them. And if this doesn't work, try that. We don't compromise who we are, but it's our responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the body to go looking for the head. The body has no eyes. The body has no brain. It's our responsibility. If we are actually Krishna's representatives, it's our responsibility to find the way to connect. Find a way to make people feel comfortable. I gave a whole talk on this in Houston at the leadership meeting, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically it involves all kinds of adjustments of non-essential details. But that's our duty. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We just want to give one more big round of applause for His Holiness Vidananda Maharaj. Hridayananda Maharaj is a senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and he's been here with us for about a week and been giving wonderful classes. And we thank you so much, Maharaj, for spending your time with us, and we hope you come back and give us more and more wonderful classes in association. Thank you. A few quick announcements. Today's Sunday feast is sponsored by two people. One is an anonymous devotee sponsoring, and the other is Nishant Soni. So we just pray to Radha Kalachandji that both of them get showered with unlimited blessings from their lordships. Today's feast was prepared by Rajalata Prabhu and her Bhakti Vriksha group, so we thank them for their services. The cut-up for the feast was done by Nilachal Chandra Prabhu, Radha Krishna Prabhu, and a few other members of our community. The serve-out is being done by Mathura Priya Prabhu, Aprameya Krishna Prabhu, Nagarjuna Prabhu, Nishal Prabhu, and many, many of the wonderful community members who serve the Sunday feast every single Sunday. And last but definitely not least, the cleanup team, who every Sunday is out there cleaning up the kitchen and the hall and outside. Dowji Nitai Prabhu, Abhiram Pran Gaurav Prabhu, Rajendra Suzit Prabhu, Tulsi Sharan Prabhu, and Paramni Tai Prabhu and other volunteers who are all helping to clean up the festival. So there's a big round of applause and a big Hari Bol for all the devotees who make our Sunday feast possible. So we'll have RT now, and then the feast will be served at 7 o'clock. But there's also a Garba dances happening in the park this Sunday and next Sunday at the same time as the feast, as this is Navaratri time, the traditional time. So if those who are interested can come to the park for that, and we can dance together for Krishna. We just quickly like to ask and welcome everyone who's here to the temple, and ask if there's anyone here who's visiting us for the first time, if you could raise your hands. See one in the back, a few there. Okay, we have quite a few new people today, so we warmly welcome you to Radha Kalachandji's temple, and we also have a complimentary gift for you. When you're taking the feast outside, you can receive a complimentary Bhagavad Gita as well. So thank you all for coming. Now we'll have the Kirtan and Arti, and I guess after that the Prasadam. Hare Krishna.
Karotika Shobha Janavi Tatavane Jagamanalobha Rakhine Tai Chan Mame Gadadhara Nikate Advaita Shini Vasachatradara Kiva Bose Ache Gaurachan Radha Simhasane Arati Karana Brahma Adi Devagane Iva Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Gaushaya Digaya Sankha Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Sankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Sankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shankha Baje कंस बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे बाहु कोटि चंद्र जिनी बदन उज्ज्वला काला देशे बनमला कोरे जलमाला शिव शिव शुक नारदा प्रेमे गद गद शिव शिव शुक नारदा प्रेमे गद गद आकति विनोद देखे गौर संपादा आकति विनोद देखे गौर संपादा की बजयो जय गौरचंदे आरती शोभा की बजयो जय गौरचंदे आरती शोभा जानवी दादावाने जगमन लोभा जानवी दादावाने जगमन लोभा गौरांगेरति शोभा जगर्जन मनालोभा गौरांगेरति शोभा जगर्जन मनालोभा गौरांगेरति शोभा जग जन मन लोभा गौरांगेरति शोभा जग जन मन लोभा जग जन मन लोभा जग जन मन लोभा गौरांगेर रति शोभा जगा जन मन लोभा गौर हरिबो 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 गौर हरिबो निधा गौर हरिबो 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 गौर हरिबो नामा ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद जय गौरा भक्तवृंद जय गौरा भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandri, Radha Kala Chandri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chandri, Radha Kala Chandri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. जय राधा गोविंद राधे राधे जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद Nitai Gauda Haribo 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 Gauda Haribo Nitai Gauda Haribo 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 Gauda Haribo
जय विश्व परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तम श्री भगवान के भक्त वेदांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज की जय विश्व परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तम श्री भगवान के भक्त वेदांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज की अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की ISKCON फाउंडर आचार्य श्रील प्रभुपाद की प्रेम को हो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री द्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की नवदीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की संकीर्त यज्ञ की बृहद मदंगम की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की all glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to Guru and Gauranga. Gaur Pramanande.
गोपाल प्रभु की
Can you put it down? Can you put it down more?
You wanna play?
Now?
Hold it like this, yeah.
Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste Narasimhaya Kashi Parvaksha Hiranya Kashi Parvaksha Tankana Kalyaye Shila Tankana Kalyaye Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimho Narsimha Bharato Narsimha Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha Yamitato Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Avakara Kamale Vare Naka Adbhuta Shrina Andalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Vrenga Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Andalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Vrenga Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadhita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadhita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Hare
Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare.
Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha विघ्नाशय शिव भगवान की, प्रहलाद महाराज की, गौर प्रभुनंदे।
Gopal Prabhu ki!
Thank you.
How do you know the whole Prima Dhwani so well? I only know half the Prima Dhwani. Who taught you?
Me.
You taught yourself?
Temple book 3 days.
Yourself the Temple book and Prima Dhwani stuff.
3 days.
I'll just sing for like 15 minutes. I'll just sing for like 15 minutes. Where's Keisha? He was in New Orleans or Tulsa. No, but where is he? You dropped that.
Keep singing. That's the tune. Bolo. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Jaya Radhe Kala Chachi Radhe Radha
I need.
Huh? Leave it at 30. You mind if we switch?
Yeah, okay.
That's impossible. Impossible mission. Kill us. He's like. I was like, impossible.
You already told me I can't play anything.
Instructions. It's been so long since we sang to you. Please? जय श्री श्री राधा कालाचंद जी भगवान की। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 रामो 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 रामो 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 हरे हरे। Everyone together, please sing. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Everyone please sing with your heart. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Everyone, please sing together. With your heart. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Everyone together, everyone together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everyone, please chant with your heart.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, timing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe, Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe, Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe, Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Ram Ram Hare Hare, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Shan Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare